There we go. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Cozy hoodie stream. Yes, yes. This I got this last week, and it's my new office hoodie. Um, it's actually a t-shirt. It's like t-shirt material, so it's comfortable. Yeah, yeah. This I ended up um I was driving somewhere and ended up having to have my car worked on. Well, it's light. It's not like a sweatshirt, right? So I mean, it's thinner than a sweatshirt, and the car broke down, so I'm stuck somewhere for like 5 hours. And they say, hey, if you're gonna be sitting around, you could go to lunch. There's a bunch of places around here. So I ended up going to this place. Um, it's called the what's it? The White House. It's Greek food or Mediterranean food. Really, really good. Ready to get ET back to the mothership? ET. That's funny. All right. Okay. And that I think is we just cleaned up the docks a little bit. Now, where are we going? Gonna close that. That's pretty much done. I'm not a fan of these missing unsafe blocks. For whatever reason, Rust Analyzer thinks that this is unsafe when it's not unsafe. I wonder why. CSC update. Hmm. Oh, nothing really changed. All right, we'll just deal with those for now. I wonder if there's a bug. Let's check real quick, just to make sure. Rust Analyzer, GitHub. There's one. So that's right. Every function declaration within it becomes a safe function defining containing glue. Oh, interesting. Basically, what we're looking to do is either disable or fix that error, because because it's really distracting when coding to see these popping up. Interesting. I mean, this is terrible. Just disabling all unsafe bits here. All right, let's try tossing that in there. Um, Reload nvim. Still, see, the problem is when we look at this, it says it's unsafe. But when we look at the generated code, actually, the generated code might be unsafe. Oh, that's too bad. All right, let's go with the other route. We'll just disable it. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that. Looks like it's going to do it. We'll see. I mean, that should probably go in like a local config and not the global COC config. I think there's a COC local config, which we could toss that into. But we're not going to do that right now. Okay. So, while this finishes up, what ended up happening last time? We figured out how to store the auth key. We can now get this off of the environment. We can parse the auth key into an object and not a string. Figured out how to log stuff. Lots of that. Converting the JS value into an object. like so. Creating an array using an iterator and collecting into it. This is a JS array, and you can collect into those. I figured out how to wire up this subtle crypto object. It's not at the same place in Cloudflare as it is in JSSys. And we can import the key. Now, it looks like it's not going to whine at us for those settings. Hey, good morning. It's Nildev. Good morning. How you doing? How you doing? Is that Vim? This is NeoVim, yes. And we're using the a bunch of settings on there. He's a cool guy. It's pretty cool. Which one? Are you talking about the streamer? Yeah, Tej. Yeah, Tej is cool. That's cool. What are we doing with crypto? We're going to be doing some login. Basically, we're building out a system, which is I'm calling it Mimeograph, and Mimeograph is like a WordPress, right? But it's serverless. It's using Cloudflare's services, so using their WASM, what do they call it? Workers, and all of the APIs that they have available. We're actually gonna. oh, oh, it's Nildev. I don't do that. Um, so using all of their technology, right? Their key value store, their durable objects, um, their well, that was enough. Either your bar is really low, or no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um, it's funny though. But we're gonna be doing some Cloudflare bits here. Let me see. Let's come back to their APIs. It's easier to see what they have available here. Here's their runtime stuff. They have cache, durable objects. Encoding we're not touching right now, or fetch, but we're going to be focusing on their KV store, the web crypto. So we're going to have some sort of auth database that we're building on top of this for login. And that's currently what we're trying to build out right now. And for login, we were doing this so that we could get some hashing working, so we could sign some cookies. Because I want the other web workers to not have to do the KV lookup to know that you're authenticated. They should just have the secret available to them, right? The key, be able to load that key without doing a KV request and authenticate that you are who you say you are. Now, and part of this is because there are some hard limits on what you can do with these things. So, in a given request, you can only make 50 calls, 50 KV calls. Oh, that's the cache limits. Where's the KV limits? I think it's the same thing for the KV limits. I think it's 50. It's in here somewhere. So, we're trying to keep the number down as best we can. Well, I typically don't like having very large cookies. We might in this case just for just for avoiding those lookups so we can actually build on the platform. So, oh man, is it Saturday? I gotta finish digging that trench today. All right, let's clean this up a bit. We can get rid of that. With the ENV auth key, it should be a key in JWK format. Parse it. Yeah. What are we going to say here? That it would be really nice to have some better functions for this. Yeah, we got to dig some trenches today to finish burying that cable. We've got 30 feet to go. Last weekend we did 80 feet. It's at least 2 feet deep. Gotta get some conduit for it. And it actually has to cross a power line in 2 places. And maybe a water line somewhere else. I haven't found the water line yet. I'm a bad programmable. Likely, yeah. I'm a bad programmer. Okay. So, JSON parse, unwrap or else. Auth key, yeah, we get that. Log. So we're going to do this log 2. We don't need to do this log 2. I think it would be nice if we had some kind of error handling. That was supposed to be a bad joke. Just going to assume the best. All right. Okay. What do you guys think about taking and building something like this into um, to a little utility? Because there's nothing, I don't know, there's like not much we can do in terms of error handling in this. I guess there is, right? We could always return an error. And if we return an error from this, then it could be handled some other way. But we need some way to log it. And we don't have any logging set up. The Wrangler does have this, was it tail? So we could tail the logs for production. Yeah. And then they say this may take a few seconds, but oh goodness, it usually takes a few minutes. But there in the back of my head, I've got to come up with some sort of logging. Let's kill that. All right. Because we don't want to end in a panic. We actually want to be able to return this and handle the error, redirect to somewhere else. Tell me, tell you about me. Um, my name's Halsey. I enjoy long walks on the beach. Coding at sunset. A nice IPA. My sense of humor is a bit of an acquired taste, if you will. So, no, I've been a programmer for 20 plus years. So, doing everything from C to Erlang, PHP. Anybody remember Cold Fusion? We did that. We did that. We've got goats. What were my editors? And why is it not Emacs? Um, I actually like the key sequences in Vim better. For me, it's about the ergonomics. Right? If you're going to be, your job is to push buttons all day. So for me, it was just an efficiency choice between Emacs and Vim. It felt more comfortable. As a, let's see, next React Dev. Ooh. So, by the way, I do web dev stuff as my day job, um, particularly JS React at the moment. I don't know if you actually need to start looking into Rust. Um, but I don't know. It really depends on what you're trying to get into. Just um, uh, maybe for some backend stuff, but I couldn't see you using it on the front end, um, unless you're just focusing on cutting edge browsers, right? Am I into web dev? I've done web dev for 20 years, so I am like this deep into web dev. And good morning, Devashes. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. Let's toss a fix me in here. We should be logging. Yeah, same thing down here. Oh, that package, Flakies. Yeah, I just it never stuck. So, and by that time, I was already knew Vim's key bindings. Was comfortable with it. Emacs was like, yeah, I tried what is it, Evil mode. I tried Viper, and the rest of it just never stuck. So, oh, you've got some projects where data gets processed on the back end before it hits the database. Okay, yeah, you don't need that order of magnitude performance improvement, and most people don't. And I don't think a lot of people recognize that. So that's good. That's really good. Oh, sure. Yeah, by all means, share that link. Yeah, Rust is kind of like a C in terms of speed. Um, I think eventually it'll edge it out because the way the compiler is set up has the ability to do that. Good morning, OX71. Let's see, how do they make this? Let's take a peek. What are they loading? Oh, hold on. Let's turn that font down. We can see what's going on. Yeah, they've got something in WASM. This looks here. Let's look at the response. So they've got some sort of J. Let's see. That looks like they're using Webpack to bundle it. My guess is that they've got some sort of editor, maybe like a Unity, something that can actually publish to WASM. There might be some hints in their names in here. So when you look at this sort of thing, and you're looking at like, well, how was it made? What was it made with? Right. Look for kind of the obvious pieces. Right. Okay, it's WASM, so it's something that knows how to compile to WebAssembly. Beyond that, they've got some asset bundles, right? So something that also has an asset manager. What else do they have here? We looked at these, but it's wrapped poorly. Can we turn on word wrap? No. But really, I would look through for kind of keywords in here. Most of this isn't telling me much. Sometimes you'll actually see in the metadata on, let's say, like if they process the MP4 file using the same tool, sometimes it'll leave some tags in it, so you could look at that. But here we're just looking at this, trying to see, well, how is this made? Um, but really, what we're doing is building out login. So, but yeah, Devashis. It looks like they used some sort of 3D engine for that and started to export that. Well, they just exported that from like a Unity or something else that can go to Webpack. Or did I say Webpack? I meant WASM. Now I'm going to turn off Starlink there. So, okay. Insight generation. Oh, so you're talking like stats and stuff like that. Um, let's see. Well, if you're doing like logging and you want to know like what kind of insights, that one's similar. Take a quick peek. I'm guessing it's exactly, it's probably just the same sort of tool. So who made this? And what did they use? Oh, this is packaged differently though. Let's see. This is actually packaged quite a bit different. So they're using green sock, probably for animations. No, this one's made a bit different. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's so fun. It's got little sounds to it. Okay, that's cute. Oh, let's see. They got little physics things going on. You can actually climb on top of these things. Differently. Or at least they bundled it differently in the same tech stack. At least I'm not learning a new language. Oh, yeah. CGI is in compiled C, believe it or not. Oh, wow. Yeah, I believe it. There's a whole bunch of these. Um, in terms of, goodness, I don't even know what the name of the one is we use at work. It just keeps causing us more pain, though. It's more of the implementation. So, what did they call it? It's goodness, I don't even know. I'm not gonna guess. Oh, in fact, I know where it is. Hold on. And it's in our production bug triage Slack channel. Amplitude. Amplitude. That's what we're using. Try to use shift in the little game? Really? All right. So we move around. Whoa. Holy cow. That is fast. That is fun. Oh, and H. Oh, it jumps when you honk. The physics are pretty good on this. I wonder what they used. Yeah, shift. Where's left? Oh, there's left. Oh, what is this? There's something way out there. No idea. All right, let's get back to it though. That's fun. That is really fun. It's silly and fun, and I all I know is that the guy builds something that's fun, and it's like his About Me website. I have no idea what else he's done, but I had fun running over words and trees. So silly. Okay. Um, let's create a little function here. I don't know. Function. Let's see, is this going to be an async function? Probably not. Okay. Pub. No, is it pub? Sure. Pub function. Load auth key. So return. Okay, error. What would I suggest Rust is best for? It's actually useful for many things. Um, best for though, because I think like best it's probably network stuff, right? Network services, web services, stuff like that. However, it is really darn good at, let's see, embedded stuff that we're doing, right? WASM. Like you could create something for NPM and use it in a browser. So it could be client side stuff. There are a number of different APIs out there. Um, I wouldn't use it for machine learning yet, but it's not far away. This is really a load auth key. What are we going to return here? Probably an OKR error. Actually, what type is that? That's a JS value. Let's convert that. Dine into. Okay. Oops. Let's take a peek at their API. I'm going to go back into crypto. And what is the type that load key returns? Import key returns a crypto key. Let's see, this is web sys crypto key. We'll return that. Okay. Good. Otherwise, we should return some sort of error, but all of our errors are gross so far. We need to come up with a better way to do that. What? Oh, import key returns a promise. Is this one? So let's go back to WebSys. Crypto key. What returns crypto key? Import key with stir. Let's get rid of that. Oh, returns a promise. Okay. So we have to actually await that value for the promise, which means this needs to be an async. Let's await that. Okay. Return error.into. This needs to be a error into. Oh, and there's a comma there. There we go. Okay. Question mark. Implicitly converts the error value into a type implementing that. Yeah, we got a JS value back, and we don't know what the type is. We actually need some other sort of conversion for all of these different JS values. I don't know. We got to figure that out. Let's just make it work for a moment. Yeah, and it has no idea what type E is, the error type here, because our result is a boxed error. Now, if we want to look at this kind of from the entry point, right? JS index is kind of where we begin. We're exporting this async function directly from WASM. Our fetch handler is just an async function, a Rust one. So we're going to jump into that. That's in lib. Got our async function. And we have to return a response. We get a request, an environment variable, or excuse me, the environment from Cloudflare, and we have to return a response. Now, what we should be doing, right, is let's look at where we were here, our login route. When we get into this login route, we need to know whether or not the route matched, okay? Because the login route is going to match anything that its wrapper says it matches. It has to be a GET request, and it has to match this path. Exactly. Right? If we did /star, it would match everything like login /Bob, login /Jerry, whatever it was, right? And if we did ***, then it would be anything further on from there. Now, let's keep going. So we're returning async from that. This is an async one. So what ends up happening is we match it, but then have to await the response. So we know that it matched because the request matched the route. And we received a future back from that. And we have to await the future. Now, it's possible that the future could return an error, right? And there's this extra wrapping of a result here. Because the route itself could say, no, I don't match. And this happens in async routes because you might have to do a KV lookup in order to know whether or not you match or not. Okay. So in this case here, we're going to get some sort of error. Well, this is the actual result. This itty bitty little piece in here, the response was made and it gets returned. But what if it wasn't an okay response? What should we do at that point? Do we keep going? Do we say, hey, this didn't match, log the error, continue, and eventually come down to like a 404? Or do we return like a custom 500 here? What should we really do at this point? So, I would like to figure this out, this section here, because we're getting a lot of these unwraps, these exceptions, not being handled properly. I think it'd be fair to return like a 500. We just have to come up with our own 500. It'd be funny if we then had errors returning a 500. Okay, but we should be able to accept this error and return it. Let's go back to login. So our login function will create this pinned future, right? All of this is the future that we're returning. Create this little pipe of a stream so that we can stuff things into it and give a response. We ask it to assign some text. And in this case, all we're trying to do is return this is login page, right? We haven't actually done anything that fancy here. Now, let's get the pages working. Templates base. Okay, so we have base template with title and text. Let's create a little login screen. Source. Templates login.rs. Now, I don't remember. See, we're using Horror Show for our templates. It's quick and it's mature, so we're going to be using that. And the content for this is going to be stuffed into this section here. We'll have to create the base template and also the login template and combine them. So we can pass the login template as content to the page template. Okay. So let's impulse some. Let's see, do we have to put anything in here? We probably should. Right, if somebody sent us a login and it failed, we should probably fill that back in. I hate those login forms where you fill it in, you hit enter, right? It comes back and says, nope, didn't work, try again. And you have to fill it all in again, right? All right. What did we have to decorate that with? Oh, nothing. We just have to impl render once on that. Okay. We've got our templates. Ooh. Hmm. Now, what are we going to put in there, though? Oops, wrong one. Go back to base. Yeah. We're going to need some sort of form. Can we just do that? Does that work? I'm new to horror show. Oh, hold on a sec. Need to help my wife for a couple minutes. Um, I don't know. Give me like 5 minutes or so. I don't think we're gonna have to wait too long. I'll leave the music going. Give me a couple. All right, here we go. All right, now with less mute. In this case, we would give it some sort of name, and then the name would be associated there. Fine. 4 equals, now going back to a horror show. How do we set the keys? Yeah, it's just key equals value. No, it says rustic. Wait, what happened there? And for a label, we just give it the content, right? Okay. Oh, no, no, no. We don't want that for label. We want this to be. Oh, how are we going to do internationalization? Oh, that's challenging. I'm not doing that right now, though. Um, username. What are we going to have here? Let's just call it login. Something generic, nicely generic. Input. And then we'll also have name equals username with the value equal to username. The same thing for password, except the second type will be different. Now it's input with type. Yeah. It's funny how seldom I do HTML forms. It's hardly ever, especially with all the React stuff going on. Usually just tossing up. Question though. Do we want to be able to interact via some sort of post? Is this going to be kind of. Are we actually going to post? Or are we going to do some sort of event? Like have some sort of JavaScript that logs us in? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Because if we did it that way, then we don't have to worry about persisting the username and password and sending that back because it stays on their screen. Let's try to do this without JavaScript. Kind of a personal challenge. Okay. Is that going to show up correctly? Yeah. Now that we have the inputs and the labels, I guess we could put some sort of structure around it just to make it a little nicer for CSS to format. Or can we, is it just class here? Been doing React for too long. We're not going to get any sort of formatting in here, so we have to do it ourselves. Okay. Probably need some sort of alert or message that we could actually do outside of this, couldn't we? Could have an alert somewhere else. So for our login, no, lib. Oh, it was in pages. Probably needs to be borrowed. Okay. So we're going to get the base template, right? Well, that's after we get login page. Templates. Login. Good morning, Banana. What's going on? We are building a login form. So we're trying to log into our serverless website on Cloudflare. What we use login, prevent the duplication, the reiteration here, login. Much better. So we're using Horror Show for our template system. Got our login page, our base page. Well, I guess it's not really a login page. It's more the login template. This might work. Let's see. Do we have errors? Yes, we do. Cannot find crypto key. What other errors do we have? Mismatched types. Expected crypto key. Found result crypto key JS value. We are returning a result here. Why are we getting that issue? Error into it. Doesn't know what to do with this. Okay. Coming back to that later. Oh, because this does return a result. And if it can't... See, it should be always be able to do this. Because if it's an okay from the import and it's not an error, then it's pretty much guaranteed to be that type. Oh, what is that other? Unchecked into. There we go. Yeah, we're about to try login actually. We're trying to get out of the framework bit here. So hopefully in just a moment we'll be able to do that type. That needs quotes around it. Type password. View2. Username. Oh, this should be password. Yep, copy paste. There we go. That was a copy paste error. Thank you, Rust, for catching that. All right. We want to see a login form. We'll go to /login. We should be able to fill it in. And then we'll need to have the handler for that. Okay. Oh, this is a login page. Okay, that's what it used to say. Now it says, oh, this writable stream is currently locked to a writer. Okay, that's in lib. Writable stream. I lost my cursor. Okay. Oh, we get the writer twice. That's why. We have 2 text encoders. Yes. We only need 1. Where's writer being used? Down there? Yeah, I would rather it be down there than. Okay. Could it build? Oh, login and password coming out of our templates. Look at that. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Let's shrink this a little bit over there. Get rid of that. That seems acceptable. Login. Blah. Password. Blah. Good. Oh, we need a button. We forgot the button. I don't know. I'm just making up that class. Input type equals. Is there a submit type? I don't remember. Okay. Detecting changes, building. I want to see if this reloads automatically. Submit query. Okay. What was okay. What is value? We want value. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Guess we don't need that. And it has to be closed with a semicolon. All right, that should build. Lovely. Okay. I'll click login. It says, hey, look, do you want to save that? No. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Now, in this case, we ended up posting to this place, right? So this was a post to login, and we do not have a handler for that. But why do we get this error? I want to run it again one more time. Have to wait for it to listen. Great. Now it's listening. Cancel. Just want to go to the page. Okay. Same effect. check the network just to make sure that it's posting correctly. Good. Did I really give it the same key value? Probably. Okay. All right. Let's set up a handler for that. Maybe we should move these out of lib. How do we get it to actually go to the other page if this fails? Let's say that the post fails to log you in, right? Oh, there's some sort of error. We want to then send you back to this one or just render the same page. Probably just want to render the same page, don't we? So, yeah, let's clean this up a bit. We need to explore. Let's create a directory. Oh, that's a terrible name. Yes. Directory name, login. Much better. File name, mod.rs. Now in lib, let's pull these out. Okay. One other error here. Now that we have these namespaces, we're just going to call them get and post. Let's clean up the imports. What else do we need? This should be crate at that point. Okay. That looks like that's good. We'll have to extract this section out, the rendering of this, into some common function. This here, though, when we do the post, we want to be able to check the login. So we'll do some sort of KV lookup. Now, I'm not designing this for like enterprise, right? So we can store all of our credentials, all of our users in one KV. We could do that. Or we could actually split these out. Yeah, I'm just going to keep it simple. So what we will do is store some sort of information. And we could make it JSON, right? Um, Parsing a 25 megabyte JSON blob though could be I mean, if it's page data, fine. If it's usernames and passwords, maybe not. Maybe we have some other sort of structure that represents users and passwords. So, I mean, maybe a user simply has a KV entry. Say, hey, give me this user. And a property of the user is going to be their password. Well, hashed, of course. And what sort of hashing should we use? I want digest. I do not want to encrypt usernames. Excuse me, passwords. Digest. There we go. So we'll need to set that up. Do we want to digest their usernames? Maybe. Hmm. Interesting idea. Right. Because we're going to be storing this in the KV store, we will probably prefix it. So when we look up the value, we'll say, "Hey, give me this thing." Um, the key for this, but we'll have a little prefix in front of it, so it's namespaced. We'll have the value, which represents the user's data. We could say that's JSON for now. I would rather it be something else, really. But is it faster to parse JSON, small amounts of JSON in C++ from V8? Or is it faster to parse it using something custom in Rust? I don't know. I don't know. Is there any other reason we would want to use something other than JavaScript? Excuse me, JavaScript. I meant JSON. Um, what else could we use? CBOR. I'm a fan of CBOR. The nice thing about using JSON is that it doesn't bloat our size. We don't have to make parsers for it. All right, let's go with that. We'll use just JSON for this. We'll use a key value store. Good morning. Low mana. How you doing? Okay. So first things first. Got a return type. Yeah, that's going to be a to do. I'm going to fast forward this one. A little too much. I don't know. Oh, closing delimiter. Oh, we need the to close the pin. Box pin. There we go. keep that from collapsing. Okay. Just lurking and learning. I'm doing well. Yep. Getting ready to go dig a trench today. Got to finish that project. It's been going on for too long. Way too long. Okay. No. We need to do the KV lookup. Actually, we need to get the content out of here. We need to get the body out of this. That's a Cloudflare request. Okay, we have to get the body. Because we need the form parts. Ooh. Okay. Okay, an EMV request is a CF request, and a CF request has body, which is a readable stream. Interesting. And we did this so that it would be just a very, very large type. Um, Cloudflare has, what was it on their request? Parameters? Properties. Oh, it is a read-only readable stream. Okay. All right. So we go into streams, look at readable stream. Get reader gets an instance of a readable stream default reader and locks the readable stream to that reader instance. It accepts options. The only supported option is mode, okay, which can be set to BYOB to create a readable stream BYOB reader as shown. Okay. So we either get the default reader, which is here, then we can read from it, and that just returns a promise. Okay. So we could build up some sort of buffer using that. I wonder what it actually returns. Like, next chunk of data is just like a vector of U8s. What is this? Otherwise, we use a readable stream BYOB reader. And we give it an array buffer view. And that's a readable stream BYOB read result. Okay. This is linking to the RFC on this. Wow. Bring your own buffer. Let's see. Read provides no control over the minimum number of bytes that should be read into the buffer. Even if you allocate a 1 megabyte buffer, the kernel is perfectly within its rights to fill this buffer with a single byte, whether or not an EOF immediately follows. In practice, we have found that read typically fills only 1% of the provided buffer. Workers Teams is considering implementing or proposing a change to the Streams API to allow users to specify min bytes. Yes, that would be nice. Okay. So basically, we have to fill up something. Right? If we use this API, and have promise. We keep reading this. How do we know when it's actually finished? Hmm. Yeah, the promise is fulfilled whenever the reader stream closes. Yeah, we don't want that. All right, let's look at using streams. Typically, you want to use streams because if you can operate on the stream of data, you're going to be able to get the data to the user faster, and you'll use less memory inside of the what do we call this? The worker. All right. Am I? Do I have an echo? Am I? Oh, I do. Hold on a sec. I was keeping track of the timer earlier. Okay. All right. That's a transform. What that's it? That's using streams. That's it. That's not a good how to use streams. Basically, all I want to know is how do we know when it's done? Okay, streams, readable stream. When are you done? Pipe 2, pipe options. No. Actually, we're going to be looking at the readable stream default reader. Get the reader. Closed as a promise. I mean, did we just not get data? We could try it. We could just try awaiting the promise. BYOB reader could be interesting because we control the array buffer view. So we could keep this really, really small. All right, let's try doing this. Request body. That's a readable stream. It's a body stream. A body stream dot get reader. And because we had a readable stream, we're going to call it get reader. We should probably have that defined. What do we have defined for readable stream? Here it is. We only have pipe 2. Okay. So we need a couple functions here. Get reader. See, I'm not into like the chanting thing. I don't know why. All right, get reader. Options is optional. Let's have two different versions. We'll have get reader for this. Didn't I forward that? This returns readable stream default reader. With ITH. Get reader with options. And in this case, it would return the readable stream BYOB reader. One of those. Okay. Okay. Those need to go to the same function. It's just that one of them has more options. Oh, these both need to be public functions. Let's create our little BYOB option here. It appears as though that's the only option available. Okay. All right. This is going to be a little weird, but it's how we do it. Because we can't return, we can't have a string just sitting there in that struct. Let's impl this. Also WASM bind gen on it. And then we need to toss a getter onto a function of function mode. And that mode returns what? Was it BYOB? Yes. Okay. Oops. Let's merge those. Okay. That should be our mode, or our option. So let's try to use that. Let's see, in login. CF BYOB option. All right. So once we call that, do we get a promise back? No, that returns the stream, right? The reader. Let body reader equal that. Okay. Oh, sterum. That's, and this isn't public, is it? No, it is. There. We have to give it an instance. All right, now that we have the, oh, now that we have the body reader, now we need to start reading from it. Now, this body reader gives us one of these guys, and we can read. It returns a promise to a readable stream BYOB read result. They give types names like I do. All right, so let's call read on that. We're going to get a promise. We need to give it the array buffer view. Let's say we create an array buffer. What do we do with it? Can we get some generic fixed length raw binary data buffer, array of bytes? You cannot directly manipulate the contents of an array buffer. Instead, you create one of the typed array objects or a data view object. Okay. 8-byte buffer with an int32 array. Interesting. So what sort of typed array objects are there? Oh, here we go. I mean, we want a uint8 array. One of these guys. But it looks like we can just create one of these directly. Oh, I see. A typed array can't. Yeah, fine. Okay. So we create a uint8 array with a given length. Does it need to have a length or will it automatically grow? Hmm. Hey, Reed Rainer, how you doing? Expected function, tuple. Oh. Where are we supposed to use that then? Arrays. Let's check the docs. So this doesn't seem to be lining up. Oh, I see. So we call new with length. I mean, in this case, we're dealing with login data. Oh, what's it going to be? Let's just keep it small. How do you make a squid laugh? I don't know how. With tentacles. Oh, that's a good one. All right. I like that one. Oh, that's good. What's an array buffer view? All right, so we need to await this. And the read is going to return. Wait, what is it saying? expected function, tuple struct, or tuple variant found struct JS future. Oh, colon new. There we go. Looking at JavaScript, looking at Rust from. Okay. All right. Let's come back here. We can close that. That will leave for a moment. So what was I looking at over there? Oh, the errors, yes. Okay. So we get this read, but what is the result? The readable stream BYOB result. It's an array buffer view. Oh, it's got a Boolean of whether or not it's done. What about the other one? What about the other read? Does it do the same thing? And can I keep passing it the same buffer? I hope so. Because in this case, we would say while true, or just loop, right? So we're going to basically break out of this when the result's true. Let result equal to that. Then if result dot done. This is a JS type, isn't it? Do we have this here? Is this in WebSys? Oh, it's not. Okay, let's create this type then. Where's our buffer? BYO reader. Huh. Okay, we're gonna need something on that. Then, oh please. Hub type that. And then it has two values on it, right? Come on, editor. What's going on? Function. First element was value, and that's an array buffer view. I don't know if that's really correct though, because here it says it's an array buffer view, and that's an array buffer of one of these types, right? So let's just call it an array buffer for now. This is going to be a getter, a method, and the name is fine. Oh, yep. Needs to be a reference. The next one, the next getter is done, function done, right? So we're wiring this up here. That's a Boolean. Okay. So there we have that type, but the BYOB reader itself, we didn't really fill in. I think we need to have like the read function here. This is just going to be a method. We will need a JS name. JS name is going to be read. We're going to say read U8. Oh, we need to borrow that. And this is going to take what, a buffer, u into 8 array. And this returns a promise. I'm going to start documenting what it actually returns. Promise readable stream. Expected. Bang. Why? Did we miss a comment? No. Buffer, u and data array. Yeah, that's imported. Oh, it needs to be a pub function. Of course. Okay, so now we have a read u8 off of that. And inside of login, we have data. We get that. And what was this future? This is supposed to be... I'll read u8 on that. Body reader, read u8. The code following this is unreachable? Oh yes, fine. If result is done, break. Does this read u8 ever return anything other than success here? I think it only ever returns... All right. All right, just some little token there. Yeah, that's a JS value. And in fact, we could map that first. Bind into. So that should be the read result. But that's another result. See, all of these little things here, like, feels like, I don't know. Sign into readable stream BYOB read result. Okay. So we should be able to do that. Then we have this data. Now the data itself can be cast to a JS string. We could at least log it out. Let's try that. Log 2. Need to borrow that. Actually, can we just borrow that too? Looks like it. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I've got other errors. No readable stream in this. Ah, really? Looks like it's there. Did I misspell these? No, that they're spelled exactly the same. Does it need to be before it? There's some other error. Oh, it's because there's a different error. Let's put that back. Or is it? Well, where'd it go? Here. No, that one's fine. Here. Okay, the export on this didn't work because I forgot the name of this parameter. Oh, I never made one of those. It's kind of a variant of this one though. So let's copy this. And what was the name? Just readable stream default reader. Yes. And that just has a read, returns a promise, but what kind of promise does that return? I don't know. Okay, we'll just leave it as promise for now. What? Is there a way to get a view? A view out of these? U int 8 array. No, not in Bumblo and everything. All crates. view. Unsafety. Why? Yes, why is this unsafe? Oh, so as long as it isn't resized in JavaScript. Ooh. Okay. I see. So basically, we have to give them these views. A view is like this uint data array. So we need to create a buffer, construct a uint data array using the buffer. And then we can create new views with a byte offset every time. Huh. Yeah, this is going to become its own little utility, isn't it? Read UID. So, okay, let's create this array buffer. Yeah, it's going to be that big. Now, let mutable offset equals 0. Let's call this the view. We'll go back again, call new with byte offset. And what do we give it? We give it reference to the JS value for the buffer. Let's call it a buffer. Why not? And the offset. Okay. Read into the view. Then we get the result. Once we get the result back, we break if we're done. But otherwise, we need to increase the offset. Offset plus equals what? It's going to be result dot buffer. So what was our type there? I didn't fill that in very well. And it's an array buffer. So let's go back to array buffer. Does it have length? Byte length. Okay, so we can take that, add it to the other. Oops, there it was. Byte length. Problem here is that we didn't convert the type, did we? Maybe we did. Readable stream, BYOB. Oh, it's result dot what? It's value. Okay. Good morning. Morning, Miss of the Moon. How you doing? And thank you for the raid. Stream. You have a good stream? Happy Saturday. It's a weekend. That's his thing. I don't know. Well, toasted gears, right? Yeah, good stream. Oh, you're tired now. Yeah. I woke up early today, so started a little early. And so far, we're building out this Cloudflare thing, right? We're using their web workers with WASM with Rust. So we're compiling Rust to WASM code, loading that up into their web workers, and we are building a serverless WordPress. Trying to get login working. And at the moment, we're trying to read the request body. This is going to be a form post. So we need to get this into a buffer so that we can parse it. So if we come back into Cloudflare, you are bread. I love that game. That's such a great game. Okay, so here's our login. Click login. Oh, we got an exception thrown, an error. The worker threw an exception. Sorry, I've got the font like really high just to make it easier for y'all to see. You're gonna head to bed? All right, missing the moon. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Get some rest, man. Thank you. All right, so what happened here? Internal server error. Hype. Good morning. Good night, missing the moon. You know, I don't see. So we got 500 coming back. I don't see any extra info. Where did that fail? I just said it died. Let's go back to login. It has to be in this function. I know that much. We could add some logging, but let's see. What do we think is most likely? Did we not plug it in correctly? That's an absolute possibility. Okay, here's our route for login. Login and post. We're using the async pattern here. That, I mean, that looks wired up. We're obviously not doing some things here, but the happy path. I'm going to clean up the error paths later. I want to make sure that this is going to work first. And the error stuff is doable. It's just not as exciting. So, which doesn't mean it's not stream fodder. We'll probably have a cleaning up all of our mess stream. Let's see. So we got this post. We're returning the future coming in through here. I mean, it could be that we can't create one of these. Let's just create some logs. What is it? Log one? Yeah. Okay, that'll be the first one. Now let's just say first, and it needs to deref into a JS value. So we have to do a little reference there. Yeah, just import that. I don't want that and that imported. Okay. Because we're going to have one other error in here. There it is. Qualify. Thank you. Okay, so we've got this one. I'm just going to toss a couple other in here so we can see second. There we go. What do I think it's going to happen in here? Not there. Although we do want to see the loop. Let's just call it loop. Pre-read. Let's say post-read. Before loop end. Lop end. I'm not going to fix that. Good old print debugging. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's so bad. Sure, resend that post for us. Thank you. There are no logs. What are we gonna do? Restart it. Try again. Resend the post. Oh, yeah. Resend it now. Okay. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be. I thought these two were golden. I guess not. I still don't see it. Where are you? Well, if that's not it, what could it be? This is the first time we're trying to handle a post. So maybe there's something a little bit more there. If we toss that outside? I know, I'm grasping at straws here. Luckily, there's only so many straws. We know the other end of this tunnel works. So it's somewhere in the middle. Somewhere. Yeah, I don't see it in here. Let's see. Listening. A hanging promise was canceled. So they could detect that the promise could never resolve. Fine. I'm going to take that over to lib. Free login route. Post login route. And is it happening in here? Because this is the other end of the tunnel. So it's either happening in the router, right here, or it's going past this. No, it's not hitting 404. No, you know what? It's hitting this. Okay. Let's fix this here. Pages post. These just have to-dos. No wonder they're blowing up. Okay, let's give them a box pin. We're gonna just have them all return false. Box pin async move. Okay, they are going to return error request. This is basically them saying, I couldn't handle it. Carry on. That was a good little foot gun we left for ourselves. A little bear trap. Okay. There we go. Pre-login route. Real first. Real first. Happened twice. Why did it happen twice? Oh, because we had it in there twice. First, loop. Pre-read. Okay, now we're failing for a different reason, but that's better. Okay, this readable stream reader is not a BYOB reader. You must call its read method with no arguments. Really? Wait, that was in pre-read? Here. Did we not get the right type? I mean, we said get reader with options. Counts as progress, yes. Eventually we will be over the mountain. Get reader with options. Okay. So this should have given us the right type. Oh, the type should be mode. What's up? We are currently trying to parse a post. So we have a login page working. Well, we have a login page rendering. We're trying to get the login flow to work. Because once we have login and authentication, then we can start to build out the editing functionality. Okay, here's our login form. No styling, and that's okay. Give it just some gibberish. Okay, throw an exception. Oh, readable stream. BYOB reader result is not defined. What? Why not? Import a JS function that was not marked as catch through an error. So we do a dine into it someplace, right? Or is it here? Oh, Modprog, are you gonna get some food? And thank you for the raid, man. Thank you. What kind of food are you getting? I'm getting hungry. It's kind of getting early for me. But it looks like this cast isn't working. So they must not have this sort of type available in JavaScript, which is unfortunate. Strawberries with ice cream. Oh, are you sharing? That sounds delicious. You enjoy. That sounds really good. Now we've done this before. We have where we have some sort of object, right? So where was this? This was on. Oh, we were trying to do this with the crypto stuff. I thought we did this with some other type. But it looks like they don't have this type available. So a Dinecast isn't going to work regardless. Even though their documentation suggests it should be there. So we take a readable stream, and we get the reader. We pass this in. It says the only supported option is mode, which can be set to BYOB to create a readable stream BYOB reader as shown here. So we create one of those, and then from a readable stream BYOB reader, when we call read, we're expecting to get a readable stream BYOB read result back. I know, it's a mouthful. So we call read on this readable stream BYOB reader, called read U8 actually. And we'll get this promise. It could be that we didn't get mode wired up correctly, as this mode here should return BYOB so that we get an object that resembles this. I expect it does. I mean, we could try readable stream read result, although this doesn't exist yet. Could create one of those. I'm just suspecting that they don't have the type defined. How can we prove that? I don't know if we can. We could actually get this type in JavaScript and inspect it. Let's do that. Okay. This is our little test environment here. So we are going to take the request body dot, what was it, read? We want to do a read on that. If this is even correct, we should be able to get a reader out of this. Because what was body? It's kind of the request here should have body, right? Yes, and body is a readable stream. Oh, it could be form data. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Okay. Let's do a actually above that. Just request a body. Am I missing something? What? Why is this showing an error? Okay. Wait for it to listen. No, it's listening down here. Give a login. So body type is object, and that's not helpful. Give it a post. So it's still type object. Do they have a proper type for this then? So we have request.body dot. think it was, we call read on that, but we have to await the read. Okay, so we await that. Let's see what reader is. I don't think it read. I don't think it uploaded that. Let's try again. Okay, body.read is not a function. Can we start with a request? Call body. We get a readable stream on body from body. Readable stream. Call get reader. That's what we did wrong. Okay, reader's not a function. Really? Oh, because it's get reader with the right capitalizations. Camel case, not snake case. Good old Rust got me again. Rust JavaScript combo. Reload. Okay, so that's an object. How do we get the type information off of it? No, not. No, 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 no. So we should be able to see, is it an instance of such and such a type if we think that exists? So let's start with something easy. Is it an instance of object? Then we'll get closer to the type. I think it's going to fork at some point. True. Okay, so it's true. It is an instance of an object. Now, in our code, we are expecting to get a readable string BYOB reader back. Get reader with options. Oh, readable string BYOB reader is not defined. It's strange that some of these things can be cast and some of them can't be cast. Because a readable string BYOB reader does exist. I believe that's a type. If we check MDN, yes, it's a type. It's in the web APIs, experimental section, that's fine. We're going to call read on it. Read. Okay. So, this isn't a good test. That's too bad. how else could we test this? I mean, we could try to go into this without the dine into. Oh, let's fix the Rust code now. Where else? Hey, Xenocron. How you doing? Weekend plans? Oh, cannot read property byte length of undefined. Byte length. So we're returning. Oh, it's saying that this is undefined. So we should have some sort of array buffer there, but it's undefined. Playing around with Preact and JS build tools. I'm going to finish digging that trench this weekend. We only have about 30 more feet. So there's that. Um, yeah, and probably fences. Last weekend we did 80 feet. It's just slow and slow. So it seems like we're not getting an array buffer here. And the value of this readable stream BYOB read result, as we saw here, it's a type, right? But the chunk could be undefined. How many times did we make it through there? Oh, actually, we went through more than once. And then we hit this error. Oh, this is fantastic. Okay. Because we went through the loop more than once, we should have had some data. But because that was undefined, because it should be. Okay, let's see. Oh, couldn't send. 24 meters, not bad. Yeah, it's 2 feet deep plus rocks. Hey, form data. Unknown array buffer. Lovely. Okay. And then we hit this to do, which is fine. We could just return the error, give the request back. Actually, we should update that. We've moved past that. Let's set today. There. It's kind of like a half attempt at it. Um, so we're trying to get the form data, and at least it printed it out. I don't know what the type is though. I want to be able to see that data. So can we take a buffer like that and put it into a string? How would we do that? Let's see. What is this? Developers.google.com? I've never used this site. Okay, so we already have the uint8 array. From charcode apply string. Okay. Oh, goodness. How do we call a const function on string? Because that's a JS string. Or I guess a function on it. From charcode. Now in this case, it's actually a U16s here. I don't think that's going to work with our uint8 array. What about, let's just look at this one. So we could convert it to a vector, which can go to a string. So let's stir. So 2vec. Okay. That's an array buffer. Array buffer should have that. Oh, toString. There we go. That returns a JS string, which we should be able to just deref. Okay. So hopefully now we can see the form data. Then we'll extract that into some sort of little parsing function. Post the data again. Form data. No. It's not the right toString. Object array buffer. No. All right. It's like, oh, you're an array buffer. Yeah, we get it. All right. So let's go into a view weights. VecVec. Right, that'll be our vector of view weights. Now, a vector can go into a string, but it's from the string side. From UTF-8. Oh. All right. But we need this to go back into a JS string. Object, my favorite. My old friend. Oh, yes, and that might fail. I just want to see the data. This isn't going to be like a production thing. Not there anyways. No method named toVec found for struct array buffer in the current scope. We're on uint8 array. All right. I think we've run the type gauntlet post. Finally. Username and password. Wow. All right, let's extract this. Where do we put this? It's basically from here to down here somewhere, plus parsing the form data into some sort of I don't know, vector hash map something. Let's get rid of our logging. Okay. Morning, Moscowish. No, gravity is okay today. Thank you. Thanks for checking in on it. I forgot about that. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. What do we call this? Let's extract this to some sort of function. Function, blah, blah, blah. We're going to give it the, let's see. Get form data. Or do we just call it form data? And pass in an env request? Or do we create a type, a trait? Trait form data. Function form data takes a self, returns the form data, or a hash map of string to string. And we could implement that for env request. And then whenever we have one of these, we just call form data on it, and we get this structure. I like that the best. Where do we want to put this? Do we want to put this on the CF request, or do we want to put this on env request? Probably on CF request. That's self. Now we have to get the hash map wired up. So we need the vector. Let's see. Is there a simple form data? I mean, it's probably a really simple. Great. Interesting. We should probably be using multi-part form data because we just did URL encoded. This should probably be a bit more generic, shouldn't it? Maybe we should call this post data or something else. Because what did we do? We did this. Headers. Right. This is URL encoded. Our headers. Where's our request headers? So content type here, application x www form URL encoded. Yes, we should be able to parse that, and we should be able to parse the other type, the multi-part form data type. So let's rename this to post data. Hey, Bruce, how's it going? Oops. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have to change, look at the headers. No, what? I'm doing well, thank you. Okay. I don't think we have headers wired up yet. We'll probably come back to this one. Oh, there's a Saturday one. Oh, please. I really don't mind the distractions. Oh, and Big Rick, if you were looking for the command, you got to put the exclamation first. How did I change the VS Code integrated terminal? I'm not using VS Code. Actually, I'm using NeoVim, which is just a Vim alternative, and Tmux. So that's all. Okay, so we could go from bytes on this. And this go to hash map. Haven't had your coffee yet. Oh, I'm looking forward to coffee. Coffee sounds really nice. So, deserialize is implemented on a number of types already. If we look at Saturday, really. Where's hash map? Do we not have hash map? I thought we did. Vector of t can go into a hash map. Oh, there it is. So we should be able to absolutely take these, deserialize them into a hash map. Of string string. Okay, let's keep going back till we find the right. Let's see. What features does this have? None. That's fine. There we go. Add that. Okay, now we have our string. We don't have to take it to a string at the moment, but we will take it to a vector. This should be a vector of U8s, just to give us some type info. And then from there, actually, we're just going to grab this from bytes, data vec, and we want this to go into a hash map of string string. Pretty editor? Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's see, it's NeoVim. We're using the Challenger Deep thing. They have this theme available for all sorts of things. What vector is? A vector is it's similar to an array, but it's heap allocated. So in Rust, arrays are typically stack allocated, and vectors are heap allocated versions of that. They are resizable, whereas an array isn't. Good question. And please ask questions. Okay. That looks like it just might work. Let's call this post data. Oh, sure. Let's import create CF. What else is this one about? Oh, it's not async. Touche. Touche. Okay. Well, that is unfortunate. I don't really want to bring in the async trait crate. So I think we're going to flip this. I'm just going to have post data take a reference to CF request. Yeah, it's not Ruby. Thank you, Xenocron. Okay. So now that we've pulled this into here, this should still work. Post data, which is going to be a hash map of string to string, is equal to, let's call it post data. I think I imported that, and the names are, I don't want to call it form data. Let's move that file. Yeah, that's good. Let's go back to login. Probably needs to return an error. So this will be a result. Oh. Rust is a language to approach carefully. What is it used for? Yeah, actually, so many things. So very many things. In fact, we're actually compiling Rust down to WebAssembly, which we're loading inside of Cloudflare's workers, which are just instances of V8, Chrome's JavaScript engine. So, what HTTP server crate are we using? So we're using Cloudflare's workers, right? So a lot of it is actually implemented by Cloudflare, but the router we're using is a Mimeograph router, which we built. And that's on crates.io. We have post crate, okay. What I call it? Read. Read would work. And this is going to return crate result. Let's start to work on the errors too. Mismatch types, yes. So it's that on there. Oh, that's true. It's funny because if this returns an error, we want to return okay error. We could put a match error, right? But then we can't use the try operator. It would be great if we could use the try operator. Maybe we should change our future result here. So right now, future result returns T or env request. And it's often that T is another request type. The purpose of having this result here is purely to have the ability to say we didn't match. Okay. Maybe we need a proper return type. So we can say, oh, no. We didn't match. Here's the request back. Or we had some sort of error. Deal with it. That actually makes a bit more sense. And then we wouldn't have to do this double result. Let's come up with our future error. Source error. You need to go? All right, Bruce. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Saturday. All right. Future error. Unhandled. In which case we could return the env request. Or not handled. Or we could have some sort of error. Oh, well, thank you. Actually, where's Mitch? Mitch has been. Hey, Pizza Boy, thank you for the follow. And Bruce, thank you. Dark Souls, goodness, I missed a bunch. Dusk, thank you for the follow. You want to wave? You can wave. He's this tall. All right. So what else should we have in terms of this? So we'll have a not handled error, and then what else? Should we pull that into the response crate? The router crate? Because we could kind of codify what we've been doing here for the async bits, in that the router could start to recognize that something wasn't handled. Because right now we're having to do it. We say, okay, if you don't handle these, then give us the request back, and we'll try again with these other things with this next batch of routes. However, if it could tell that the error type was not handled, hmm, then we could actually bake it in. Do multiple of these. Hmm. Although I don't think it's going to change much because we would still have to await the future here. Because the router is not dealing with futures. It just passes them through. Still have to await them here and try again. But we could get rid of some of this cruft. Let's just focus on that. Okay, so it's not handled or it's a other. I don't know. And this will be a box. Standard error. Error. Oh, that needs to be done. Plus static. It needs to be owned. All right. Impl. Now for a type to be an error, we use impl error. Standard error. Error. Now that's just a marker type. It also requires that we are display. That's debug and display. So we have to implement those, which here we can derive debug, but not display. Go ahead and move that back up. Match self. Fill the match arms. Let's see if we're not handled. Route was unhandled. Sure. Don't want to do too much more than that. And in the case that there was some other error, we will write that out. Sure, I wrapped that. Expected comma. Y. Oh, we have to pass in the formatter. Okay. Let's keep moving. We've got our little error type. Let's convert future error or future result. Okay. All right. Just gonna clean up just a little bit. Now our return types are wrong. Dun dun dun. All right. So let's go into statics for a moment. Future result here. If you don't match, we need to return error. You know what? Why don't we do this? Let's go back into error and we'll create a from. Well, from CF, no, from EMV request. Okay. And now we'll also do, I guess, I don't know, other error just feels so weird. Did I do this backwards? We should have a future. Okay. Right. This is more of a future result. Because our handlers, let's go into like pages here. Right. Get out of the way, error. Um, in this case, we're returning error to signal that there was no response. Like we didn't match, we didn't handle this request. I think we need like a tribal, right? Like a result that has three states: okay, error, and not handled. So let's try for that. Why don't we just call it future result? Or I don't know. What should we call it? But error doesn't seem to work. Not this. It's going to be close to this. If we called it future result, could have not handled. Could have error. We could have okay. Right? Debug struct. Let's look at regular results. What is implemented on this? It's very simple. It's just tier E. Does this work? Can you actually do this? Basically from the error type for this? Ah, yes, it matches that. It's for every E, which is basically for every type. So if it's error, then it'll become the error type. What do NASA programmers do on the weekend? They hit the space bar. Oh, ah. What? How do you make a squid laugh? So I saw the how do you make a squid laugh? There was a joke 3 hours ago. What was it? I remember my grandpa's last words. Turn the lawnmower off. Oh, uh, that's bad. All right. So we have okay. We've got error. We've got this set up. Let's see if we can wire this up. And this isn't future error anymore. This is error future results. And maybe we should call it like something like a route result or something else. Route result makes a little bit more sense. Love to be able to rename that. We're not going to touch it right now. Okay. So we've got route result. Going to get rid of this. And we're just going to say that our result is of this type. And then we just have features for everything.
I went like send request.
All right. Request approved. Okay. So now we're getting rid of future result, but we still need to have our result be standard pin box, and then we will use future result T for that error type. Route result. There we go. Okay. Now that's going to screw up everything. But that's the great thing about having a compiler. It's going to point us to where we need to be. Yes. And in this case, load auth key. No, we can't do that.
This beautiful habit lies on the edge of.
All right.
And then on the next line, where it wasn't there, it said,
So we still need a result. We need create result and route result.
I want to see the Pacific Ocean. Like
Let's import e from result. So that we can convert regular result types into this result type. And we will return okay and error. Oh, Mitch is awake. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Locotron 18. I like that one. I don't know if we can actually do this.
then come out here and ask you if she made
Because this is a blanket one. Yeah, we can't do that. Because it conflicts with this other one up here. So we could either get rid of this one and have okay and be explicit with the other kind. Yeah. This is um it's conflicting with the orphan rules actually. Okay. That should work. Now, got a couple of these to fix up. Let's just start at the top. We are going to return a route result. My kid's telling me about this game he's playing. Okay. Now, I think for our route result, I might be a little bit more prescriptive on this and say, you know what? We're not going to have E on there. We'll just have dyn standard error. Something like so. Because if we did that, we can convert directly to it. I don't have to provide the rest of the type info. I really don't mind double dispatch for errors, right? Like they should be seldom. There's our ENV request. We can get rid of this, can't we? We still need that, but we can get rid of the right-hand side. Okay. Okay, thank you for the follow. No ROM. All right. So we take that, then we can box it. I don't even know if we need to do this. We'll see. Okay. Oops. Oh, error's not satisfied. ROR. Error. Okay. Now this should match. But it's not static. So let's add the lifetime constraint. In a trait, it means that it's owned. Easiest way to think about it. Okay. Let's go back to login. So we're going to use a route result of a CF response. Okay. That's what we're going to do. I guess we could kind of put some color on this. Let's go back to lib. So now we need that other sort of type. A future route result of t is going to be route result t inside of a pinned box. Box is in the prelude. Bex box. No. Standard future, where output equals that. All right, now how many more right angle brackets do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the left, 4 on the right. Oh, yes, and that needs to be done. Okay, back to this. Future route result. Import that type. Now, where does it break? Here.
I just Among Us.
You know what? Let's call it error, just like that. I don't want to call it ERROR. I want to be able to go between these types more easily. Okay, where's login? Come back to login. Okay. Not handled. All right. So, try operator can only be used in an async block that returns result or option, or another type that implements try. Ooh, bummer. Can we implement try, or is this like a nightly only thing? Nightly only. Dun dun. All right. So in that case, well, that's a bummer. That's really a bummer. We could. What could we do instead? Um, have Robert handled and use that as an okay, because it's technically not an error to not handle the request. I don't like that as much, but we can't implement the try operator. So all of this just goes. It's nothing too much about it. Bye-bye. All right. So we could do something like so. Logotron, you tried learning Rust and enjoyed it? I do too. I think one of the biggest takeaways for me is don't get too attached to code. Rust can be a little opinionated on some of the patterns, so it's better to just pull the yarn out and start knitting again. Um, I think maybe route handled. Here, let's close that. Let's go back to lib. Just toss this here. So if this isn't one of these, this could be a result to a route handled T or box dine standard error. Oh goodness, I don't know how many parens I need now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 2 more. Did I get it right? All right, I think I missed it. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, one too many. And this is standard result. All right, back to login mod. Feature route result. I want to use question mark. Oh, read is private on post data. What? Really? Oh, basic function. Thank you. Oh, this should absolutely borrow that. Okay, now we can use the try operator. Does mean that we have to be explicit when we're not handling the result. Actually, why is this working? Why don't we need to put an okay in this? Like around that? We should need an okay around that. Oh, you know what? And we called it something funny. What was it? What is route handled, hit or miss? Um, what's the best way to say this? Like if the route didn't match for whatever reason, or if it was handled and we have a response, maybe it's like a routing result, handled, not handled. No, because there might be some other route that matches. So in this case, let's see, do we have an example? Yeah. Here we have a router set up for these pages here. Now these pages are using a lot of globbing. So they will try to look up the key value store whether or not there was a key that matched the URL. And if they don't match, we still want to be able to take that route or the request and handle it again. So then we'll try routing a second time. And eventually, if everything else fails, we give a 404. Good question. Good question. Let's try handled and not handled. This is going to hit the orphan rules. I know it is, but I have to do it anyways. No. Hmm. Okay. See, this won't work with both of them. Oh, it could. env request actually implements a trait. It implements request. Let's toss the U on a couple of these. Well, that works. Okay. And the more I think about it, like, and now I want these in the router. Actually, they might be better off in the mimeograph requests crate. It's either there or in the mimeograph router helpers. Probably in the router helpers because it's specific to this. Okay. Toss this in here. Hmm. Oh, it's not in the right place. Git move. Oh, fingers. Try again. Source routing, save it, come back. Good. Call the result option. Yeah, nah. Nah. That's funny though. I like the idea. Um, wait, what is this routing result? You. Where that's just passed through now. Okay. Okay, back to login. Let's try again. We can't delete here, can we? It has to, yeah, it's not allowed within signatures. CF request. Actually, why are we saying that there? That should be in lib. We don't need T and U here. We know what the we know what this is going to be. Let's just bake it in here. T is CF response, and U is CF no. We know what the type is going to be. So now let's come back to login. Yay. Let's code. Great.
Oh, do I have to
Now, what do we call it? Future route result?
get rid of my name?
Interesting with the okay. That's not going to work anymore.
All entities.
Okay. So now we have a response here. Cast that or convert that. We should be able to use errors now. So instead of all these horrible little unwraps, should be able to just do that.
Wait, why was my name Tarkin?
Okay. I know that there's a bunch of other errors, but I want to try to get more of these. Inspect? Nope. Okay. Unwrap? Good. Now let's go back to lib. Where's our errors? Lib, pages, routing, static. Let's go to pages real quick.
Whoa,
Yeah.
you're on green team? Are you in the software?
Unwrap or default. That's actually I'm gonna leave that one. Got this unwrap we can convert. What else? No more of these double OKs. Should just be able to toss an into on that. Oh, these have those.
Your name is on the leaderboard. I'm gonna be a healer. Ellie.
Okay. Hopefully that's it's gonna figure it out. I'm a little skeptical because we've changed this type so many times. I'm now second guessing it. So we should have to do like an OK or something in there. Can you into multiple layers or do you have to call into multiple times? Because, okay. It's going to yell at us in a minute. Future route result. This error env request is not correct. So if we didn't match something out of the KV store, we actually have to return the request saying, this isn't the right one. We did not match. There is no static called this. This one's, we're not in a place that can actually do that, are we? Routing. Oh, yeah. I'm okay being explicit for that. If I don't have to be explicit for the okay. There we go. Yeah. Now we need the extra okays around it. So that's our answer. Uh,
Level 2.
this one, we're not inside of a function that can return that. That end. It's not like we really need to unwrap that at the moment. Yeah. This one, I think, needs another into. No? Fine. And we do need that into, correct? Yes. Okay. Back to mod. Standard error is not satisfied. Oh, to convert that from JS value. Hmm.
There was a purple.
I wonder if there is anything that we could convert for that. Okay, we'll have to figure that out. What else? Ah, yes. Another spawn local. Our output is unit. Yes. So there's no output. We have to take care of the errors ourselves here. You wish Nano had plugin support for things like the Rust Analyzer? Oh. Um, Vim isn't that far off, right? Just a couple of commands and yeah. Oh, we need the into. Now for this. We'll have to come back to that. Login. Oh, now we have to update our routes because what are we getting back from this? We don't get back an EMV request. That's not right. No. It returns a future route result. Or it should. Let's fix this. Okay, future route result there. Okay.
Took it instead of 10. That's killer.
Oh, well, can't do that. That's right. But we do need to wrap that.
Was not damaged. Well, you should just move your healing beams.
That? Okay. That file's good. Let's go to post data. Oh, interesting. Okay. From bytes, this returns a result, which
It's too hard for you. Wait. If you wait too long.
good. The try operator there actually converts it into the box, so we don't have to do it here. We could do one of these. Map error. And we give it an into. It's just about the same thing. Convert the error type. And let the compiler figure out the types. Okay. That works. Oh, we're getting so close. Now for the routers. So, what do we have now? EMV request. You lie. Lie. Oh, no, that's in response to this. Okay, so we have okay or error. And this value here, is this the future? Do we have to await the future? Yes, we await the future. And in this case, it's going to be a different type, isn't it? So this is either going to be okay with routing result handled with a result, or routing result not handled, or we have an error. So we're flipping these types here. Mr. Sunday, how's it going? Actually, you got to do that today at the beginning of the line. We'll just mark this as to do. And in this case, we're just going to pass that through, saying, hey, give it to the next handler to try out. Okay, in this case, we had a response handled. In this case, we didn't. This is a little bit more expressive. It's okay. Now, I would rather have this be a routing result handled. Not handled. That is a bit more expressive. But we'd have to change the router for that. And we'd have to come up with a better name for this routing result. Maybe we call it router result. Still, because I don't like error being the request coming back. I don't like that. Let's go fix that. CD, mimeograph, code gen. We need another one. CD, mimeograph, router helpers. Okay. So in here, we've got a couple things. We've got segment, we've got const router. Most of the stuff does not get pushed through. Is just internal. Right? Okay. Come up with a better name for this. We need a better name for this. We'll say this is a routing result.
Do they have shields? It's just their help. Oh, right. Okay.
All right, so then it'd be handled or not handled there, which is a little bit more expressive, but we need a better name for this. I like kind of cache hit or miss. That's nice, but these are routes. So did the route actually handle the request or not? Maybe it's a request result. No, it's more. It's specific to the routing. All right, let's go back over here. Let's look at codegen lib. Okay, this is our proc macro for our router. We've been trying to keep it really, really simple, just kind of polishing it now. Do we have to change our router? So we just passed the request through along with the array here. That's okay.
Maybe you should increase your shield capacity and regeneration.
Let let's go back over here. Change our cargo to use these new types. Set up patch for this. Okay. Now we have to update our types here. Cargo update. Okay. So Mimeograph request. Actually, we're not going to change request, so we can, well, get rid of comment out request. But the others, router, router code gen, and router helpers. Okay. Oh, I did it again.
Oh, good. I got this one.
Hmm.
Okay. I upgraded damage to
Oh,
full.
because of the other ones.
Can damage asteroid.
Morning. What delicious. How you doing?
Yeah.
Patch dot creates hyphen IO. But this doesn't use that, does it? We're gonna go into a third repo here. There.
Well, anyway, now I'm super fast. Can I add them? Oranges are in there. I like seeing it in any field. I got faster. Would you help?
Where is it? All right.
It's a friend. Cute.
On. All right, so we need to get these all patched up so we can do this. This needs to be this version. Good. Now over here, Argo update. Taub. Good morning. Hmm. Oops. Yay. Okay, we got it. Cargo check. Almost. We still have the same error. Okay. Cargo check. Just make sure everything is kind of wired up in the other crates. Mimeograph router cogen is where our proc macros are. Helpers. It's where the helper types are for that. And then this crate is actually where we test and export everything. So if you look at this, the file, like this is all of the crate. It's very, very small. And in fact, I have to be a little bit more selective about this now. Because now we're going to have that routing type, routing result type. Okay. Cargo, test. These might break. We'll fix these. There we go. So tests general. Oh, interesting. They're having fun. What game are you guys playing? Starblast.io. Okay, so and this is going to be quite the change to this interface, and I don't know if I like it. That means that the router it needs to be a little bit more intelligent. It has to look at the response type and keep searching based on the response type, which it's already doing. How did we end up getting down this rabbit hole? Anybody remember the way back out? Because we were just going to change these types here. It's going to be okay or not. Ah, we're using expect here. But we don't have expect on that type. So it's either handled or not. If it's not handled, then we panic. If it is handled, then we could do the rest of this test.
that a roll in the black? But suddenly there's lots of them. I got a 5. And you got a 5. Run.
That makes sense. And I can see people doing this. I just don't like the name of this. Router result? Like ER? Router? I mean, that's a little better. Okay. Come back over here.
A small, fast moving ship. Run. This guy.
I'm just going to stamp these out. How are you guys doing?
Archie is fighting the orange guy that killed me once again.
Actually, I'm just going to grab that.
Nope.
Music's been alright so far. Except for the chanting earlier. The game is really hard. Which game?
Oh no. Where are you? Oh, to the left of the station. I can't see you.
Need to pub use a number of things from this. Battle results. What else? Actually, that's the one that doesn't need to be hidden. The rest do. Oh, starblast.io. So we need segment, const route. What else? Oh, and router core. Is that it?
I'll help
That's it. Okay. This should have been segment.
you. Not. And
Oh, they did it with the function first. Are they looking at that and saying, hey, this is a function? Or this is a namespace? What are they doing here? Oh, can we do this? Can we join these?
him what that other guy did. His thing almost got stuck. I was helping. He just ran away. He was the one running away. Now, well, I hear one.
Okay. I got you to start looking at it too. Yeah. Okay. So we've got these two types here. Well, those two variants. Let's close that down. That's gonna work. Say, do our tests work? Probably not. Got another file to build up. And then if this all works, I'll republish these. Wait, route get. Ah, yes.
No, no, honey. I gotta go on.
So route result handled.
I got to another player so that that player could take care of him. Melissa?
Not handled. This should be the type back, the request. What's our test testing? Nothing. Okay.
That's better than saying. Hello. No, no, no. I'm trying to figure something.
Now for error. It's kind of got the same issue. Can we join these? Matched a route. There was an error. Not bad.
Wait, where are
Goody.
you?
Okay. So if that all works, we'll go check. Now we'll fix this up. Now that the other side works. Foreground. Hey, Perkin. How are you? Good morning. That's router results. Oh, it's not on crate anymore. Wait. Undo. Redo? See, that doesn't exist there. Where does that exist? That should be on Mimeograph request router result.
Depot. Where are you? In the depot.
Hold on a sec. Dog's freaking out on something. Right back.
Say that killer. I won't draw the little thing. Yes, and I am 10.
Hey, thank you for the call. Follow. H. Krish. Good morning.
Come on. Oh man, oh man. What was the information you guys get telling?
Got most of them there. That no longer exists. Or it shouldn't. Yeah, it's just empty now. Let's get rid of that. What else? Error? Yeah, error is empty too. That was a good little exploration.
He hit you somehow surprised, but still disabled. And he hit another, and dead.
That's handled. This is not handled. Get the future. Await the future. The future is going to tell us whether or not it was handled or not. So we just did this, didn't we? Yeah, here. We've got to take care of this and extract this. Yeah, that's same thing. Okay. Any other errors? Ooh, I still have some. What? Okay. Okay, where's our error? Pages and statics. The imports. Wow. This might be it. Wow, look at that. Okay. Let's give it a build. I don't know. What do you think about that change? Returning the router result. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I think it's more expressive than returning the result. The okay or error. Ah, look at that. We're up to 95. Wah, wah. How do we do that? That's like 40K.
Whoa!
Hmm, okay. Did a lot today. Get UI. What else changed? Oh, Saturday URL encode. Yeah.
I shall level up. Alex, I have 400 health as max with the shield.
We don't need this anymore. And this goes away. Let's reset that. Yes. Oh, that's right. We have a lot more stuff for login.
Oh, disabled?
Yeah, this is simple change. Those look good. Just type changes here. Post data, we're not done with you yet.
Oh. Should he not use his gun? Tell me. Alex, I am now level 4.
This change here I don't want. Gonna get rid of that. So shouldn't need that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Goldbach1. How you doing? What is that get GUI or get UI? It's called get UI, actually. Um, so you can install it either, I think, via Brew, Homebrew, or probably some other package managers. I install it via Cargo because it's built in Rust. I really like it. Um, Here, Extra Worst builds it. It's quite nice. You can do single line stages, which is just great. It's really nice. Highly recommend it. Means I don't have to think as much. Okay. So, try building again. What the only thing we did was kick out the debug. 95 174. It's like 300 bytes for that. It does look really nice. They've done a fantastic job on it. All right. So, back to where we were. Trying to get login working. We're getting this post. A lot of this has been extracted out. It's our post data. We should be getting that back. Let's go make sure that's working. Yes, we decode this. Now I'm guessing that this is a large amount of code. And because of that kind of inflated oh goodness, binary size, I want to see if we can come up with a better way to do this. Let's see. Let's look for. Let's see, how is this actually encoded? This is. It's URL encoded. Yeah. What is this format? I want to know about the escaping, particularly percent encoding. Reserved characters, unreserved percent characters, arbitrary data. Is ampersand escaped? Or equals? Reserved characters, yes.
I am a level 1.
So that gets translated into percent 3D. So we can split this up and use the JavaScript function for decoding these. We're sitting inside of V8, and V8's got a method for this already. So let's drop our binary size. This is going to be a loop and a bit. Oh. We could either do this split in Rust. Can we create a JS string based on a slice?
Oh no. Alright. The trophy guy was chasing Evan.
There's a ROM on this. Raw? Who's raw? Let's call site.
Target mean? Where's Evan? Evan, what's your character name? Flash kill XE. Which is for kill all entities.
So this uint array we actually need into a string because we know that it's a string type because we're pretending that we're actually looking at headers and caring about that. We're not doing that yet. But we want this uint array to go into a JS string, hopefully not via Rust, because we could just use their map functions. Actually, I think it's in WebSys.
We were in the top one. Who's like a... Nope. Running away, running away, running away. I'm just gonna run away.
Decode URI.
Mine. Hey, you're close to a different way. Look, down and left. Run! I am down and to the left. Push will be down.
Usually decode URI or decode URI component are preferred over escape.
People are chasing it. One was eating and watching him like Meteor. I saw someone on the map. I looked out and someone staring at him while he's mining Meteor. Just staring at him.
Oh, what a lovely warning. Okay.
That's the
All right.
trophy guy. No, that wasn't him. Someone just died in front of Alex. Are you actually able to do that? Right there! Blood.
So we could give that a stir. So we get this, we split it. Split it on equals. Decode the pieces. No, we split it on ampersand. Decode the chunks. Because what was it we had before? The data that we're posting actually looks like this. And actually, let's put something a little bit more interesting in that. Let's run the development. Come on, Wrangler. You can do it. Okay. Okay. Let's put AOU and equals percent left bracket hello world. Eh, same stuff. Don't save. All right. So you can see ampersand was escaped. So we split on this equals the second thing we split on. Is there anything extra? Because percent 3D is equals. And what is ampersand? I don't know. I think we included ampersand, didn't we? Yeah. That must be percent 26. Hmm. Okay. So to a vector, that's fine. So we've got our vector. Now,
Stop saying about you. 7 minutes enough.
I want to use split. It's on string. Slice has a split. Actually, if we take this to a string, then we can use the string operations on it. And the pattern is better. Buffer to back, I'll say a string from UTF-8. Uh-oh. We have our form data. It's a string. Now, we can call split on the string.
Wait, oh. Someone said help.
Or not.
That was the guy who killed me last time.
I thought there was like a partition or oh, maybe it's down here. R split. Here's split. And in this case, you can give a pattern instead of a function. Which I guess the other one would have worked too, but in either case, we have to convert it to strings, so we might as well convert it to string ahead of time, do the check once. And we will split on ampersand. See, and what does split give us? Gives us a split object, which implements iterator. We'll map each of these into what? Let's see, this is a KV pair. And this KV pair we want to split up again. So we'll split this. We're going to split this one on equals header. Actually, let's intuiter on these. Let's pass ownership in. Now we'll have to take this through the decode URI pieces. Where was that? Here.
He started.
Decode URI component.
I told him we got. We just left you. See?
Where are we at here? So we split the outer one on the ampersand, the inner one on the equals. Import that. Decode that. Oh,
Commander killed you? Hey, Alex, Commander killed Evan. Is Commander in the top 10?
okay. However, we need to collect these into what? Probably a tuple? Because it's an iterator now, isn't it? So we collect this into see what does decode URI component return? A JS string. Let's take those into strings.
Is that in the top 10? Yeah, this one. How did he pass El Omega? I don't think. You're going to the right.
Okay.
What?
Collect those into tuples. Can you not do that? I guess it could be a vector, but that's not exactly what I want.
Right. Evan, is there anyone else on that?
Yeah, what would it do with the extra ones? What would it do with everything past the second element?
Maybe you two can be a team. Alex and Zealous? Zealous. Ah, yay, I'm gonna head off.
What's the other option for split?
Omega.
So like a split once. Here we go. That's what we want. Split once. That actually should be a little faster too. Now we have an option of this. Interesting. What if there isn't an equal sign? Hmm, I don't think we're going to handle it. Can you iterate over a tuple? Actually, I've never had to do that before.
Follow, follow element.
Doesn't look like it. Let's see. Iterator. Hmm. Okay. But we should have two elements there. Key and value. Hmm. Can we do the same thing for both of them?
Leader kill.
A value of type string cannot be built from iterator over elements of type string. What?
Wait, Elme got killed out?
Hey, welcome back. Oh, came back 2 minutes before the rain. Good timing.
Whoever died.
Let's just return that. Then we'll collect that into the hash map.
Oh, Coco Man must die. Hi. Oh, this is like so Omega. Yeah.
We need a flat map.
System. Where?
There we go. So now if we can't split it, it'll get omitted. Okay. Let's get rid of this one for a moment.
Now everyone has to kill each other.
So really wasn't that big. So here we're at 90,606. And before we were at, come on, where are you at? 95,174. So 5K generated code. It's probably covering a number of other cases I'm not. See, we're trying to use some of the components that it's actually in the environment. I wonder if there's like
then let's do a team mode. Okay. Let's be on orange.
Okay. That looks like it's working. No, we should have a hash map back.
101. What's your number, Evan? Evan, one, oh, which one? 101. 101. Okay. Which, do you want? Green, blue, or purple? Green, for all three.
It's because the error type. Yeah.
Wow. He's gonna take it. Yes.
What by default implements standard error?
What's gonna be fights? Fighters. I will not be here. I will be killed.
IO error. Or maybe there's something in JSS? JSS error. Oh, look at this. It implements error. Fantastic.
I will be level 3 real soon. I get this 7. Boom! Love it play. Why does he keep crashing into me?
Wait, JSS error. It has it, right? Impl error. Oh. Maybe not. Wrong error. Huh. Okay. Um, how do we take it to a rust error? I thought this was implementing the actual error type. I guess not. I mean, why? Why not? Oh, why? Hmm. It's nice that they have this. There's a lot of errors in there. Oh, we could kind of wrap it up. Create our own error type for these. But I'm surprised it doesn't exist already.
Oh, switch on all your ones.
All right, let's create error. Enum error. JS error is going to have JSys error.
Hey, no, no boy. Can you not do that? Thank you.
Fine, fine. Yeah, that's right.
Miss Piggy.
Is JS string display? It's not display.
You a gem. I did the station, my gem. My gems went to the station.
Expected expression. Does write not support? Is it just two elements? Yeah, you can have multiple variables, multiple elements. Okay, that's your problem.
That helps. When I shoot,
Missing OK or some in tail expression. Wrap return expression in OK. Why doesn't write do that for us? Yeah, write returns that.
So I have three. Got it?
Okay, so it was just confused by the type there? That's strange. Yeah, this JSS error should have message which returns a JS string. In fact, structural is deprecated. That's the default now. Okay. Now let's make it easy to make these. Simple from T for error. Okay. Now I want to do this for any type that can be converted into a JS error.
You're taking turns. Why did they not connect stems for me? Because they're pods. The pods do not collect the gems. Oh, hello. You want to hear me? No, that's it. I'm a shotgun.
Oh, we've got the where. Isn't there another way to express this?
Third mining pod. Alex! How level are you? Oh, I'm level 3. I'm level 5. I've got 3 mining pods. Yes, you're level 3. One was hidden in another. Like that? Yes. Ooh! That's giant. Is that before
Close that, close that, close that one. Now let's clean this up. So we got some sort of error back. This is an ERR. Right? It's some sort of JS value. And we can go from JS value to this error type. Right? Actually, what does that do? Let's take a peek. No. Okay. Yep, that doesn't exist. Let's go to lib. Where'd all of our lovely coloring go? There we go. Use.
and he's dead. Wait, my mining pod died!
Now we should be able to convert JavaScript errors to Rust errors and bubble them out. Oh, that's so much better. We might just call it JS error. That's a bit more descriptive. Okay. Move source error to source JS error.
Yellow. Oh yeah, he's just mining. His own business.
Let's open that file. JS error. Rename this. You know, this should be struct now.
Yes.
Just new type pattern. There we go.
Uh-oh. Please defend my mining time. Looks like they're immune to asteroids. Yeah. May I have more time? May I play on computer? Dad, may I play on computer?
Just one moment.
Father?
All right.
Yeah.
We don't need this anymore, do we? Although it would be handy.
Oh, yeah. And then help the station upgrade. I don't want jam. Right? Yeah.
Oh, debug's not implemented for it. We're going to have to do debug too.
It's trying to steal my gem. I want to mine for myself.
Okay.
Would you get off there? It's not an area for people to sit.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Peter.
Damn it.
All right. I want to see how much that increased the size. Just over a K. That's probably worth it. So we need to translate those and bubble those out. Okay. Now, where are we going? Login.
I can get back to my.
Yes. Now we have our hash map. I'm going to toss in a format here. I mean, this is going to be kind of gross, but we're just going to do a little debugging for a moment. One of those. Take the data like so. No, it's a string, not the right type. And it needs to be borrowed, so it's a JS value. Oh, post data. Let's do a colon question mark on that. Okay. Let's run it. I want to see that that works.
I'm mining for myself. No one is next to me. How did he find me?
All right.
Why is that guy trying to kill him?
Oh, wow.
When you say
We got to trim those zeros. Wow. Hey, thank you for the follow. 3 red top hats. We didn't trim. It's just really happy to see us.
it's just there were too many.
All right. Post data read. Now our buffer is tiny. We need to be able to control the buffer size. Do array buffers grow? I think they do.
Oh no.
Uint 8 array. Hey, thank you for the follow, Vladimir. Thank you. So, from dun, dun, dun. We're actually using Rust and JavaScript because we're compiling Rust to WASM code. We can actually reach out of Rust and use JavaScript functions. Join. All right. So we're still going to need to know what the length. Oh, no, the offset is the end, isn't it? So we need a new view onto this. So we need a uint8 array with a limit. Lippo, thank you for the follow. So if we have this uint8 array, what else can we do with it? Well, let's go back to the Rust interface for that. All right, uint8 array. So we can give it new with byte offset. New with byte offset and length. Look at that. So this will create a new view into the buffer. Okay. So we have to call that. I'm not going to bother typing that out. Offset is going to be 0, and the length is actually going to be offset. All right. Let's get that compiled again. Good. Now let's do a post. But we're going to be a little bit more precise on what we're trying to do here. So log in. Let's see, 8 elements. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay, page not found. It's fine. Oh, good. AOEU, AOEU. Great, that worked. Okay, we got rid of all the extra zeros. All right. Well, that worked pretty well. So now we have a hash map of these values, and those could actually be used. Okay. Hmm. So we're able to save 5 kilobytes by not using Saturday here. By using the built-in JavaScript function for decode URI component. So that's pretty good. And hopefully it holds up. Hopefully it holds up. Okay. Let's go back to login. Here's login. This is where we're printing out our form data. Right. So, you know what? It's probably a good place to wrap up. But basically, I think we're at a point where next time we can start to do a query into the KV store, looking for a user, validating their username and password, and from there, once we have that, we can start to build out the rest of the system for editing and like putting content online. I don't really want to put content on like something open and just available that anybody could just start to put gibberish up, because you know they'd put more than just gibberish up there. But here, actually, let's publish this straight to production. Shiloh, thank you for the follow. All right, so we'll get that published. Get the URL out there. I turned off a number of things, so really login is kind of there at the moment. It doesn't really do anything. Login doesn't. It does use a template to generate that form, which is great. What else? Oops. I wanted to go to this URL. This is another template. It's actually pulling this page out of a KV store. So that's from there. I think I got rid of emoji. Is emoji gone? Yeah, emoji's gone at the moment. But that was our interaction with the durable storage. So we'll be using that too. But next time, hopefully getting a little bit further with the login system. I wasn't expecting to have to do the the, the form post parsing today, and then trying to fight to save 5 kilobytes. I want actually the WASM bloated quite a bit today. It's a little bothersome. So I'm hoping that it's not just the templates. I'm hoping it's something else that I can find and then smush. So I'm gonna figure out who we're gonna raid today. Oh, plenty to choose from. John who? Can we actually raid John? Removing my Python rust. I don't know what that means. What's a Python rust? Rusty Python? Wow. John Who's a wizard, though. I don't think he allows raids, though. Oh, we can. We can. We're gonna raid John Who. So he's a master at Rust. Very good at Rust. He's got a bunch of YouTube videos. So absolutely check out, his stuff on YouTube. Get this raid going. Y'all have a great weekend. Till next time. Bye-bye.